We'll move on. You have to consider the alternative. The alternative to law and order is anarchy. It is not sleeping good in your beds at night with the children down the hall or upstairs or wherever, however it's situated. There is an alternative, and you have to understand, and I don't want you to forget this or get lax on this as we go into the holiday mode. You know, Thanksgiving tomorrow, and my pastor, Pastor James A. McManus, will be here with us. My good friend, Dr. Alveda King, will be here with us on Thanksgiving. And, of course, that show will be pre-recorded. And you do need to listen again to it on the next day, Friday. You need to hear it again because it will rerun again. But this is something we tend to do during the holiday season. We get lax. We get holiday happy. And we forget that there are some very serious things that are facing us that can, American genetics, the core of who we are, can be rocked and shaken to its foundation if, in fact, we lose sight of things that could go wrong. Thanksgiving for some, and I think this sort of leads into the Christmas depression for so many. Thanksgiving for some is now becoming a question of what shall I be thankful for? Now, when we're talking about these people who were thinking about leaving the country, oh, your Miley Cyruses, your Samuel L. Jacksons, your Whoopi Goldbergs, and I've told you that, hey, look, I would respect them a heck of a lot better if they just get on the doggone plane and leave. If they're not thankful for being in this country, regardless of who is president of these United States. But folks, with the chaos that is brewing, with the lack of authority, with the lack of respect for authority in this country, when I see little kids who used to automatically look up to police officers and look to them for help withdraw themselves in so many instances, not necessarily here in the jeweled cities, maybe not in Wilmington where you're hearing us, or maybe not in your little corner of the world where we're streaming live throughout the United States. But I see these things in Detroit. I see these things in Washington, D.C. I see them in Baltimore, Maryland. There are pockets of our country where young people no longer respect authority, beginning in the schoolhouses. They're no longer thankful that there are people in authority. And if there's one thing that we must restore in this country is that spirit of being thankful that somebody is actually driving the bus. Because, my friends, consider the alternative. If, in fact, there will be a train wreck, consider the last one that we had up in New York City. It just ran through the barricades. This country and its people are on course to running through the barricades, injuring we don't know how many, if in fact we cannot restore the attitude of respect, the attitude, and this is not a code word, we're not talking about code words, of law and order. Be thankful that it has existed here for 240 years. We're headed toward 241 years in this country. Now, joining me here in this next segment will be a good friend of mine. She is a constitutional attorney, renowned throughout the world, not only for her missionary work, but for her constitutional opinion and her insight. That's Chris Ann Hall. She's going to be here with me. I'm going to keep her as long as I can. You're always intrigued when she's on, and I certainly want you to hear what she has to say and share with us this day before Thanksgiving about our great nation, our great country, America. I'm CL. Be right back.
We don't have no plastic LA friends ain't on the edge of no.
CL, back with you on this day before Thanksgiving. It is absolutely a great time of the year, and don't forget what we were saying about law and order. It is something that we must consider the alternative to. Law and order is not a buzzword for stop and frisk or anything. Don't let anybody sell you on that. Also, I want to bring on now someone who I have incredible respect for her work, and she is none other than my good friend, constitutional attorney, author, Chris Ann Hall. Chris Ann, God bless you. God keep you. Happy Thanksgiving to you. I understand that you're on your way out of the country, but thank you so much for being back here on the show with me day before Thanksgiving.
Oh, no, it is my pleasure. Where else would I like to be when I'm delivering up my thanks for the gifts of God and the gifts that the founders of America gave to us?
Bless your heart. And, Chris Ann, I see here, it's amazing how God works. And when we're looking at Thanksgiving and all that, I see that take back the narrative from the liberal media and start teaching the truth is one of your topics. I just preached a sermon just last week about taking back, directing the narrative, the narrative, and it's amazing that how that couples in. Chris Ann, the narrative has been hijacked in this country. In what way? How, in your opinion, has it happened?
Well, I think that we spend too much time chasing the tail of the dictated narrative instead of simply ignoring the dictated narrative and speaking truth. Because, you see, we're so busy talking all the talking points that the the liberals want to put out there, and answering for them and making excuses for them and making defenses for them, when we should be simply speaking the truth, which gives us the direct charge of what's being said and what's being done. Because you see, there's this thing about psychology, CL, that even if you repeat something in the negative, you are still reaffirming that positive thing in the minds of people.
That's right.
And so instead of simply running around and talking about racism and talking about division and talking about how the Electoral College needs to be abolished and all these other crazy things that are floating around in the ether today, why wouldn't we just take the time to simply teach the truth about these things?
Is that what
Why
gives...
wouldn't we simply take the time to teach the truth and establish it in a positive rather than dealing with it in the negative?
Is that what gives the young people who are out on the street right now, the fuel for their fire to stay out there? I know there's a lot of Soros money that's involved in that, but still, there has to be something about what we have reaffirmed in them about racism and about the elections and about the way America is that makes them so fiery and so divisive in their rhetoric. Is that what keeps them out there, what you have just defined?
I think so. I think a lot of it has to do with what we're teaching in the schools as well. I mean, look at the reactions of those in the universities after the Trump election. Janet Napolitano, who is the president of the University of California, issued an open statement, an open email letter to all of the staff and the students of UCal about how disappointed she was in the election and how she and UCal are devoted to diversity and these things that in reality do not teach diversity, they teach hierarchy. And so all the students on the on the campus who maybe voted for Trump are now being outsiders and being pushed out and being alienated because the president of the University of California is saying, hey, if you voted for this guy, you're the enemy. And we need to realize that the enemies are those that are trying to divide us.
So who's in the hierarchy?
We are not as divided.
You mentioned a word there that's really important in this society today. There is a hierarchy. There is something that I think elitists, progressive liberal elitists, have created, a hierarchy. When you're teaching college kids that method of society, or that method of social design, what are you talking about when you say a hierarchy?
Well, there's an elite perspective on education, and the idea is, and it's perpetrated through everywhere because America has this sort of cult of the expert personality, and so what we have now is this idea that if you are a college professor, or you have anything to do with the university, so you have a degree from the university, then you are somehow better than everybody else, and that you are the holder of the truth. And anybody who disagrees with you is not disagreeing with what the person says, or maybe even disagreeing in fact, but now you have to degrade to what we call ad hominem attack. Anybody that disagrees with the elite is racist, they're anti-government. I mean, after all, CL, for the second year in a row now, the Southern Poverty Law Center has listed me as an anti-government extremist group.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm an anti-government extremist group because I disagree with the academic elite that the federal government is unlimited in its power and the states are merely colonies and the people are merely subjects.
Yes, and you, Freedom Works, the group that I'm with, is also on that list, and that's just fine with me as far as that's concerned. I know that you are going to fight the good fight on that. We can't run from that. But then there are others, and this is one of the fears, Chris Ann, that too many Christians are having, and people who are Christians are having. And that is thinking that the savior of America will ride in on Air Force One. I want to speak
Yeah.
to that when we come back with Chris Ann Hall, constitutional attorney. I want you to give us your website when we return and what you're doing these days. This is CL Bryant Show. Back in a minute. Constitutional attorney Chris Ann Hall.
Well, they say that we are tragic, and they say we're born to lose. You're the misfit, I'm the sinner. You're the heathen, I'm the fool.
CL, building the bridge to conversation throughout the fruited plains of the great nation we reside in, America, my home, your home, our homeland. And on the line with me is Chris Ann Hall, and you folks in Wilmington, North Carolina, who may not have had a chance to hear her on the show before, I want you to join me in welcoming her to your radio listening family up there as well. We are broadcasting from the C.L. Bryant flagship station, 710 Keel, right here in the jeweled cities of the Arklatex, Shreveport, and Bossier. Of course, we're streaming live throughout the United States. Chris Ann, give us, before we go any further, give us your website. Give us some of the works that you have done, and tell us where you're headed off to. I guess you're going to do a little missionary work. Tell us what's going on in Chris Ann's world.
Yes, sir. My website is chrisannhall.com, KRISANNEHALL.com. I have a radio show that broadcasts 6 days a week. I have a television show that broadcasts twice a week. We travel around the country and teach. I do about 265 teaching events in over 22 states every single year. And this time of the year, we are missionaries to Haiti. And so we will be leaving out for Haiti very, very soon. And we will be there until the first week of January.
Wow.
I will still be doing my radio show from Haiti, but it's a little bit more of a challenge when I'm down there, and we'll be posting and writing and all those things that we usually do while I'm in Haiti. But we are a unique mission. We're called Islander Evangelistic Ministries because we sail boats from Florida to Haiti, and we actually bring our own aid with us. So we don't have to go through the bureaucrats. We don't have to go through all of the corruption.
Wow.
We just simply take the aid and deliver it directly to the people themselves, which is so important because so much of what we give to our neighboring countries is not actually reaching the people, CL. It's actually being taken by the governments and taken by those in the societies that have control and selling it back to the people. Right now, there are barges full of aid sitting off the coast of Haiti in a town called Lakai, and the people are not getting that aid. They're being told they have to go to market and buy it.
Wow. Wow. You know, one of the knocks on the Clintons when Hillary was running for president was that the people of Haiti were incredibly upset with the Clintons, and shed some light. Shed some light on that for us.
Oh man, that would take a whole episode, CL. But in reality, having lived with the Haitian people for 3 years now, they are not upset with the Clintons. The Haitian people hate the Clintons.
Wow.
The Hillary Clinton has organized coup to overturn their elected president. It is because of the Clintons that Haiti is now occupied by the United Nations. Hillary Clinton has taken gold mines from the Haitian people and transferred their authority to her brother.
Wow.
And every time the Haitian people try to work in a democratic election to change that, that's when the Clintons get involved and rig and fund the elections to their people, or even create these internal coups in which, for example, one election where the Haitian people actually elected a president who promised to drive out the United Nations and promised to take back control of the country to the Haitian people. It was the Clintons who organized within Haiti a political coup that overturned that president and established the person that they wanted to have in office.
That is amazing.
And you don't hear about this stuff.
No,
in the
you don't
mainstream
hear
media.
about that. You don't hear about that. In fact, nobody wants you to hear about that. And here on this day before Thanksgiving, Chris Ann, can you tell us just why we should be thankful that our republic, as far as I can tell, is still intact and not facing a Hillary Clinton presidency that no doubt would want to lend American clout to her criminal behavior throughout the world? Give us an idea of why we should be so thankful that the republic is still intact.
Well, I think we should be thankful because what we have seen the Clintons do in Haiti, and not only in Haiti, CL, I got to spend a considerable amount of time with a man who is running for president in the Congo, and this man tells me the same things are happening in the Congo that the Clintons are doing in Haiti. The Clintons are using these countries, entire countries, as their own slush funds and playgrounds, and that's what would have happened to America if Hillary Clinton had become president. And you have every right. I can hear the angst in your voice, CL, and you have every right to be that way. But you know why I think this happened, CL?
Why?
I think it happened because the people started listening to the truth and started turning away from the dictated narrative from the corporate medias, and started listening to shows like TheCLBryant's and Chris Ann Hall, and started realizing that there's a whole new level of truth out there that the media does not want us to hear.
You're absolutely right, Chris Ann. Now, when we think about the corruption that goes on, I'm reminded of the book, and I ask all you folks just to read this very small book, easy read, but it's the book of Habakkuk in the Old Testament. And you remember one of the questions that Habakkuk asked God? He says, will you send Babylonians? I mean, why would you send Babylonians to bring justice, to bring your judgment to us? I mean, that would just be awful. It is sometimes amazing to think that even through people like Pontius Pilate and the Babylonians, God does what he does. As far as America is concerned, I want to talk with you a little bit more about this when we return, Chris Ann. A lot of people are saying that maybe Trump is not the savior of America, but he is the stay of execution. More on that topic with Chris Ann Hall, constitutional attorney, missionary extraordinaire, when I return. This is the C.L. Bryant Show, and I want to thank each and every one of our sponsors out there for making us so popular throughout the Fruited Plains. Thank you so much. Be right back.
Born down in a dead man's town, the first kick that took us when I hit the ground. End up like a dog that's been beat too much, till you spend half your life just to come.
Start it now. Go. And then when we leave, we'll come back to that. Just put it after me. Okay, the time I think. So go take a shower, don't you need to do? Take a shower. What did you say?
CL, back with you on this Wednesday, the day before American Thanksgiving 2016. And as we head swiftly toward the new year, it is my privilege to bring to you one of the great minds in our country and constitutional attorney Chris Ann Hall, who does over 200 engagements a year touting the gospel of not only our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but also the good news of America. And I'm very glad to share that battlefield with her. Chris Ann, when we left, I was talking about perhaps a stay of execution that America is enjoying with this election that we've just had here. And when I couch it like that, when I put it like that, it does mean that execution or judgment could possibly still fall upon us. What must we do to avoid the judgment of God? And let's just be very honest that Chris Ann and I are unapologetically Christians, believers in Jesus Christ. It is the motivational factor in our lives. And so let's just talk about what people sometimes, even preachers and pastors, shy away from talking about these days, Chris Ann. Let's talk about God's judgment.
Well, let me talk about this because I don't believe that my opinions are as relevant as those who designed our constitutional republic. And so let me just show you what their perspective on this issue of judgment and liberty would be. Thomas Jefferson said, "The God that gave us life gave us liberty. And how can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we remove their foundation, the conviction in the minds of men that liberty is a gift from God?" He says, I tremble for my country because I realize that we serve a just God and his justice cannot sleep forever.
Wow.
And so this is what we have to do. We need to refocus back on this understanding of liberty in order to get our proper perspective and our proper focus. Samuel Adams said this, "No people will tamely surrender their liberties nor be easily subdued when knowledge is diffused and virtue is preserved." He said, but on the contrary, when the people become universally ignorant and debauched in their manners, they will sink underneath their own weight without the aid of foreign invaders. And so when you combine those two truths together, you realize that every single problem, and I say this with great confidence and without hesitation, CL, every single problem in America with government can be traced to a single source. And that single source is the universal ignorance of Americans on liberty, on government, its proper role, and its proper limitations.
A universal ignorance, folks. And that, I believe, is exactly what you are hearing and seeing when you hear celebrities say, well, I'm leaving the country if so-and-so is elected president. They are ignorant enough to think that our opinions and attitudes surround and swing on what they think about the country and from their worldview. And when we talk about worldview, does that include how America's worldview does your opinion, or did the founding fathers shape for us a particular worldview? Speak to that, if you would, Chris Ann.
No, they actually picked up a worldview that already existed. It's the Judeo-Christian worldview. It's the Judeo-Christian worldview is the only worldview that gives us who we are today. The Judeo-Christian worldview is the only worldview that gives us we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. There is no other worldview that gives us that, CL. Buddhism doesn't give us that. Hinduism doesn't give you that. In Hinduism, you're not even here. You have to leave this existence to get to reality. Islam doesn't give you that, because in Islam, not even all Muslims are created equal, much less all people. And humanism, which has been the preferred religion of America for decades now, doesn't give you that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, because in humanism, you're not created. You're the product of a cosmic accident, and that cosmic accident didn't allow you to be who you are through equality. The whole principle of humanism is survival of the fittest. It's natural selection. And so according to humanism, we're not equal. We're all unequal. We're unequally created, and the only reason that you are able to be who you are today is because you lucked out in the Big Bang. Otherwise, you and I would both be hanging from our tails from trees like our monkey ancestors.
That's amazing. And now this is going back to the narrative now. The narrative that's being taught in our schools in relationship to what you have just shared with us, is that the design for the American future? That's the narrative of universal ignorance taught by professors and teachers. What are they trying? My question is, how are they trying to shape, and in what direction are they trying to shape our children, and for what reason, in your opinion?
Well, they're trying to shape our children into being subjects of a federal government. It's this loyalist, royalist mentality that has remained as an undertone in America since our independence that is now driving the academic elite into teaching our children a slavish submission to federal authority. And the whole understanding is now that we have given our education over to the federal government, what else would you have the federal government to teach?
Wow.
What kind of, seriously, Steele, how can we possibly believe that any government would voluntarily teach its people that government is limited by the people, that government is limited by the Constitution, and that the people and the states are superior to the federal government?
And we have lost that. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
It's ridiculous to think that. So the only thing that the federal government will be teaching our children, and have been teaching our children for decades, that's why we are where we are, is that America is a democracy in which the people can choose to become subjects to a federal government, because after all, the government is our master, the government is our savior, the government is our provider, and good citizens simply obey. That's the education you will always get from government.
And finally, Chris Ann, can you stay with me one more block?
Sure.
Stay with me one more block. I know you have got to get on this. Oh, I want you to tell us a little bit more about sailing down to Haiti. But just the same, when we return, I want to continue with Chris Ann Hall, constitutional attorney and missionary extraordinaire, and I want you to hear this close that I'm sure she's going to give to us as far as America. Listen to some of these. Listen to what she's just said to us. Universal ignorance. The federal government wants us to be subject to its authority. And the question is, are the people limiting this government? I'm CL, back with Chris Ann Hall in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. CL, back with you here with Chris Ann Hall. She's on her way down to do the Lord's work truly in the mission field in Haiti. Chris Ann, give us again your website and tell us once again about your mission with the Haitians.
Well, my website for my stateside ministry, the Constitutional Education, is krisannehall.com, KrisAnnehall.com. And you can learn more about the ministry that we have to Haiti through Islander Evangelistic Ministries if you go to that website, krisannehall.com, and click on the link that says Haiti Mission. And we're going to be posting on Facebook while we're down there as well, our adventures and the videos that we take and the pictures that we take and the adventures that we have. So we're inviting everybody to get in touch with us through Facebook and to follow us on the website so you can share in the adventure with us.
You know, is also the website where if people want to help you, they want to in your ministry. Is that how they go? They go to that website?
Yes, absolutely. If you click on the Haiti Mission tab, it will give you a place where you can donate to our mission. And I'm always telling people, especially since Hurricane Matthew, the village that we serve, CL, let me share a miracle with you. The village that we serve is a little village on an island off the coast of Haiti called Soulette. Even before Hurricane Matthew, Soulette had no electricity, no water. The people are walking 2 miles every day with a 5-gallon bucket for their daily supply of water. And most of the buildings there are built with sticks and stucco and like adobe places. And when Hurricane Matthew hit, they were hit very, very hard. And we had just finished building a cinder block church, the largest building on the entire island. And when Hurricane Matthew came through, our church that we helped them build was almost the only structure still standing in that village.
Wow.
The whole village was able to go in there for shelter, and now they're using it to recover from the hurricane.
Bless your heart. And, you know, Chris Ann, I know that God has truly blessed you. We've known each other a number of years now. And I see how the hand of God has moved, certainly in your life, and how he's moved in mine, and how our paths cross. We were to do something together, but we will do something here real soon. That's got to happen when you get back here in the States. Also, I want to talk to you about something that's going on over in Ethiopia that you very well may be interested in. But finally, now, tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day here in America, and I ask this question every year of friends like you and around the country, and some who call in from other countries. Let me ask you this: what is the Hall family? And by the way, say hello to your husband and your son for me, please. But what is the Hall family particularly thankful for? What was Chris Ann Hall thankful for this year?
I am thankful for the sovereignty of God. I am thankful for his gift of salvation. I am thankful for his gift of liberty. And I am thankful that he has blessed me with the knowledge of knowing the history that I know and the history that our family knows, that God's gift of liberty will never, ever perish. And despots come and despots go, and people always slip into servitude, and people always clamor for kings. But it's God's gift of liberty in the end that always drives people to be free. And I know, no matter whether we have a respite now or what is coming in the future, I know that liberty will prevail. It's not a question of if, CL. It's a matter of when. And if it's not us, then who? And if not now, then when? But we, the people, must get educated. We must educate and liberate from this federal servitude that we are being trained under. And that's the mission of what we do, CL. I know that's on your heart as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be on your show. But
God bless you.
This is what we have to do. We must get educated so that our children will be free.
God bless you, and to all of you out there, I would ask you to join me here and from now until they return safely here home. And then I ask that you pray that God orders the steps of Chris Ann Hall and her family. Pray for their safety. Chris Ann, we pray that God will put a hedge of protection around you and your family and order your steps in his word. And let me say this to you, my friend, God bless you, God keep you, and wherever you are in this world, happy Thanksgiving, because you have a thankful heart that I believe that God is absolutely honoring in your work. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, CL. God bless.
Chris Ann Hall, constitutional attorney and a good friend of mine. She's on her way to Haiti to do some great work down there. And I got to tell you something, folks. Whenever we get a chance to share with Chris Ann, it is always one of those programs that, in fact, I've already gotten text and so forth. But it's always one of those shows that people are absolutely blessed with, because it is time now to call it like it is called to say and have the conversations that we sometimes don't want to have. But that's what this show is dedicated to. It's dedicated to building the bridge to conversation. And when I look at what is going on in our country, in our world, when I look at the phrase that Chris Ann shared with us here, a universal ignorance, it certainly does seem that way, doesn't it? It seems as though there is an engagement, happily, giddily, eagerly, Americans are engaging in the spread of universal ignorance. Mike, why? Why? What, is that the easy way out? Is that the easiest way to do that? Huh? I just don't understand. Is ignorance truly bliss? Can people be happy in being ignorant? Thomas Jefferson has warned us 240 years ago. He warned us of people who believe that they can be ignorant and free. They're looking for something that has never been and never will be. You're looking for something that has never been and never will be. And I got to tell you, I got to say it again. When we look at the chaos that is being caused with the assassination and hits on cops in the streets, in their cars, there has to be an absolute stifling ignorance behind that type of action. The ignorance behind that has to be stifling. Be back in a minute with Ishmael Hernandez when I return. CL, back with you on this day before Thanksgiving. And I got to tell you something. We are going to be, I need to let you know that tomorrow night, those 9-1 Cowboys, well, they're going to take precedence over the show. They're going to take precedence over the show. And just found that out. Did not know that. Just found that out. And so I need to announce that. So I'm going to have Dr. King, Dr. Alveda King, and my pastor, Pastor James A. McMinnis of the Word of God Ministries, on with me the following week. We're going to do an after Thanksgiving show. And so I want to thank each and every one of you who joined me here today. On the line with me now is a young man who I truly, truly enjoy his thoughts, enjoy his work, his books. He's an author, and he is an incredible activist here in our country. Welcome back to the show, Ishmael Hernandez. Ishmael, thank you so much for being back on with me.
Thank you for having me again, CL.
Ishmael, I want to talk about this now because you, let's share with the audience who you are. First of all, you are an immigrant, first of all, to this country. Is that right?
Correct. From Puerto Rico.
And from Puerto Rico. And for those of you who have heard of Ishmael before and have heard him on the show before, you know that he is the son of a communist leader in his native land. His father was a communist. And Ishmael's perspective on immigration and communism is one that you cannot ignore. Ishmael, I want you again, and I do this twice a year. This is the second time of the year that I have Ishmael on the show. Ishmael, share your early existence with us, living with your father, and share with us the balance that your mother brought to this scenario, if you would.
Yes, as you mentioned, I grew up as a red diaper baby. I was born into a communist household. My father being founding member of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, which was a Marxist-Leninist party aligned with the Cuban Revolution. So my father was there in 1959 when it was formed, and I grew up in that environment. America was the enemy of the human race, and every human being was supposed to fight against capitalism, against Yankee imperialism. And I grew up in that kind of environment. My father was very active, left an extensive FBI file, which I have with me, for more than 50 years of communist activity, union organizing, and court cases for terrorism. And I grew up hating America. My mother at the same time was a 1960s humble Puerto Rican woman who was, well, whatever he says we are. If he says we are communists, that's fine with me. But she did not believe in any of that. She had faith. So she would send us to go to Mass with friends without my father knowing about it, because he would not have allowed his children to go to the opium of the people. That keeps you thinking on heaven while the capitalists are having a good time here on earth.
So that's what he thought about faith and religion. He thought that it was the opium of the people. Like, they get you thinking about heaven, while the capitalist, folks, you hear, were having a good time here on earth. That was basically the idea and the thought behind, in the minds of poor people there in Puerto Rico. Is that right?
Exactly. Capitalism basically controls religion. Religion is really a tool of the capitalist system to continue to control the lives of the poor. And we believe that America was really the cause of all the problems in Puerto Rico, the poverty and the want of the country. And I joined the party with him and to try to fight America. At the same time, my mother instilled in me this idea of faith, sending me to Mass. So I developed a sort of double consciousness, God and Marx united. So eventually, I tried to merge that double consciousness by joining the Jesuit order, because they were all Marxists during that time. This is the mid 1980s, and liberation theology was brewing in Puerto Rico, and especially in Latin America. And the Jesuits were really at the heart of the revolutionary effort in Central America, especially in Sandinista Nicaragua, where I was going to go to do my philosophy training.
So you were going to be a Jesuit priest.
Correct, correct.
And so that, let me ask you this: were the Jesuit priests then a part of the were they infected with communism as well?
Well, absolutely. In fact, in those days, for me to be able to even apply and be accepted in a Jesuit seminary, you had to be some sort of leftist. You did not have a lot of chance, at least in the Central American Jesuit order. There was also a division within the Jesuit order. There was the conservatives, the older Jesuit priests who were more on the areas of faith, and then you had the other side, which were the revolutionaries. So deep was that divide within the order that they had to literally, physically separate them. They lived in different houses because they could not get along with each other. So it was not that every Jesuit was a communist, but that the revolution that was out there in reality was happening also within the order, that kind of division.
Hold on just a second, Ishmael. Hold
Yes.
that thought. I'm going to be back with Ishmael Hernandez when we return. Don't go anywhere.
Everyone's watching to see what you do. Everyone's looking at you. Oh, everyone's wondering, will you come out tonight?
Back with Ishmael Hernandez. Ishmael, before we go any further, and I want to get your opinion on the attitude of progressive liberals toward immigration, building a wall, that type of thing here in this next segment. But before we do that, tell folks how to get a hold of your thoughts, how to get a hold of your books, and how to listen to what you're talking about here. How do we go to your website?
Yes, they can go to our website. It's fvinstitute.org, FV Institute, and find out about our programs. We have programs for children. We have a training for churches. We call it effective compassion training, where we teach training. We train churches on how to effectively work with poor populations without government interference, without the recurring to the welfare state, and to find ways to get out of poverty on our own.
On your own. Find ways to get out of poverty on your own. Now there's a novel thought.
Well, it's really nothing new. You open your Bible, it's right there, but we have forgotten.
Forgotten how to do it. Wow.
Exactly.
Now,
And so,
go ahead.
yes.
Well,
So, in terms of immigration, I think that the leftist minorities as another vote. It's a tool of control. It's a tool of invading our country with a different ideology. If you bring people in, they become votes eventually, and they also go straight into the welfare state.
But what do
And
you
once
say? What do you say to people, progressive liberals? What do you say to the Democrats and those who say now? And this goes along with the thought we were just talking about that these people can't do anything on they can't help. We need to help them because they can't make it without our help. Ishmael, what do you say to those people?
I tell them that I'm not your pet. I'm not your pet. I don't need you to place a bowl of food on the side of the home where I go and eat my food and you pat me on the head and you feel good about yourself. I'm a human being. I'm a person made in the image and likeness of God with a moral capacity of self-realization. I have the same capacity that you have to take care of myself. I don't need you to help me and to be your experiment. I can take care of myself. As a unique individual, a person with the capacity to change my life by the choices I make.
Is
I
that
think
the attitude? Is that the attitude of most people wanting to come to this country legally? And then I want to talk to you about illegal. But is that the attitude of most people, immigrants from the South or immigrants from the North or East or West, wherever they come from? Do you think that that is what you have just said? Do you think that that is by and large the attitude that most of them have, is that government needs to get out of my way, people need to get out of my way, I want to take advantage of the American experience? What do you say about that?
Yes, I say that is the attitude, but individual persons respond to the systems that we place in front of them. We create these systems and we create incentives. If you create incentives towards having dependent people, you will get dependent people. But if you create incentives and systems that encourage entrepreneurship, hard work, and individual initiative, taking risks, people will respond to those incentives also. Human beings are human beings. I don't care if you live in Russia, in China, in Mexico, or Guatemala. You will you will respond to the types of incentives created. And the left has discovered that if they create incentives towards dependency, they have people controlled. And that is the issue here. The issue is not whether or not we love immigrants, we love people. The issue is whether or not we will respect the laws of the country and will create the types of incentives that create economic progress for
Wow,
the country.
man, that is something. I mean, hey, folks, listen. Ishmael Hernandez has just said that there are ways to look at this, and one is if you create incentives to create dependent people, then you get dependent people. But if you create incentives to create independent people, you get independent people. And one of the things that we should be thankful for this day before Thanksgiving here on this Wednesday show is this, that our nation has baked into its founding documents. It's baked in there incentives to create an independent people. Ishmael, how is that being attacked? Is illegal immigration one of the tools, or championing illegal immigrations one of the tools in creating incentives for a dependent people? What do you say about it?
It is very clearly the case. You can come here without any kind of requirement of you. You come here and you get some kinds of benefits, and they make sure that they tell you exactly who are the ones who gave you that benefit. You know that you will have these people in your pocket. And if you have a state like, for example, California, where they find ways that you can even vote if you're not a citizen, you can see that the left has created a magnificent system of dependency and electoral power. It's almost impossible to defeat that kind of system. But I think that that is a total disrespect to the laws of the country. How can you become really integrated in a country where your first act within that country is to violate its law?
Wow.
And how do you look at the face of a Chinese person, for example, who has been trying to get legally to this country for a long time, has spent a lot of money, has met every hurdle we place in front of them, and at the end they are told no, but someone just crosses the border and suddenly is here and he has a right to be here. I don't think that is even morally justifiable on the millions of people who would love to be here to become contributors to our country.
You know, Ishmael, you have said a mouthful there. How can you respect a country that your first act is to violate its laws? Back with Ishmael Hernandez when I return. CL on this day before Thanksgiving, and I have on with me Ishmael Hernandez. Ishmael, share with us the name of your latest work, your latest book that you've written.
Yes, the book is titled Not Tragically Colored: Freedom, Personhood, and the Renewal of Black America. And it refers to my experiences and my thinking in terms of the philosophy of freedom and how to renew the realities of racial struggle in our country today.
Let me ask you this in line with the thinking of some on the left, and I want to get your opinion on it. Now, one of the things that has swept Donald Trump to the presidency was the idea of building a wall there on the southern border. There's a lot of pros and cons on both sides of the fence as far as that is concerned. But does a nation actually remain a nation if it cannot protect its borders? And is a wall the answer from Ishmael Hernandez's perspective?
In terms of a wall, I am not an expert on whether or not that will be the answer specifically. However, what I want is the end of illegal immigration. We need to shut off that valve. You cannot fix the problems of immigration. It's like fixing a pipe with holes in the pipe, and the water is pumping on your face, and you're still trying to fix the holes. No,
I've
you have
tried
to
to do
shut
that. I've
off.
tried to do that just like that.
You
Yeah,
need
go
to
ahead.
shut off the valve. So if it takes a wall to shut off this valve, then let's build that wall. If it takes something else, let's do it. But you need to control the flow of illegal immigration to even have a chance at looking at the realities of the people who are already here. It makes absolutely no sense to have a legal system of immigration, which is one of the most generous in the whole world. Our system of legal immigration allows more than 1 million people every year to come to this country legally. And you have that system that is difficult to meet, and then you have a system that allows people to come in here without any kind of requirement. Let's find a way to fix this problem. And I believe that Trump, with his business savvy, can find a way. And I do believe that what he's saying about a wall is simply an image he's using. Let's build a wall, whether it is a wall that is a physical wall or whatever other way that we need to stop this problem. Let's do that.
You know,
And then we can decide what to do afterward.
and then finally, Ishmael, on election night, nearly 2
Yes.
weeks ago now, over 2 weeks ago now, we were the country was shocked at the Latino vote
Yes.
that actually voted for Trump, as they were with the black vote and with women who voted for Trump. Is in fact is there a new way? Is there a new wind? Is the direction of the political winds, have they changed? Are they blowing in a direction that may actually restore some of the common sense that our country once enjoyed? How are you seeing this phenomenon in politics? How do you give definition to what happened?
I believe that identity politics is being shown not to work any longer. For a long time, the left has used identity politics to try to control the masses, and they treat us minorities as we are a herd of people. We are not people. We are a herd of cows or something like that. That we all think the same way. This is nothing new. In the Hispanic community, there has always been a percentage of people who just think the way they think. They don't follow what others tell them that is the way that we are supposed to think. And now, with all the media barrage against Donald Trump, especially in Hispanic media that became simply another tool of the left against the Republicans, that still almost one-third of Hispanics voted for Donald Trump is amazing.
That is absolutely amazing.
It's amazing. More Hispanics voted for Trump than they voted for Romney, which tells you that there is a group of people there that we need to encourage, support, and that a large minority of conservative Hispanics can grow.
Absolutely.
And I do believe that Trump has a great opportunity here now to make that grow by creating jobs, by encouraging opportunity. Many people don't understand. Many Hispanics who are here illegally do not agree with illegal immigration because they are looking for their own interests. It's more competition for my jobs. Why should you come here illegally when it took me so long and so hard for me to be here where I am?
And then finally, Ishmael, on this Thanksgiving Eve, if you could give us what it is that the Hernandez family, Ishmael Hernandez in particular, most grateful for, most thankful for, as far as what God has given us here in this country, if you could share that with us.
Well, first, the religious liberty, and we need to protect religious liberty that has been under attack for the past 8 years. The right of people of faith like you and me to not only worship on Sundays, but to live our lives as Christians in the public square is what I am most thankful to God. And of course for my family. And the family is also under attack. The realities of a family as God intended are being destroyed by the laws of this country. But I'm still grateful that God is blessing our family. If we keep our family strong and we are able to live our lives in the public square as Christians, that's what I'm most grateful for.
Ishmael Hernandez, God bless and keep you, man. Fight the good fight. I know you will because you are. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm CL. We'll be back in just a minute.
Broadcasting from the Bayou State and all around the Gulf Coast and streaming nationwide. This is the C.L. Bryant Show.
An awakening is going on in this country, I do believe, and I want to thank Chris Ann Hall and Ishmael Hernandez for sharing with us here this day before Thanksgiving. Now, I do want to remind all of you that on tomorrow night, the Cowboys, the Dallas Cowboys, 9-1, will preempt the C.L. Bryant Show, and I'm sure that those of you who will be sitting around dozing, maybe kind of, nodding off on that tryptophan and that turkey. Although I understand, I've heard that it's not really that much in it. It's just having eaten so much that makes you sleepy. It's not necessarily the turkey that knocks you out. I think they say there's more tryptophan in lamb chop than there is in turkey. I might even try to see if that's true. But I do wish each and every one of you a very happy Thanksgiving, and it's a great, great American holiday. The most cherished holiday that I share, that I enjoy, is Christmas time. But my favorite, as far as food is concerned, is Thanksgiving. And one of the things I really believe that our enemies, the enemies of this country, the reason they hate us so is because we do have a holiday like this where so many, I'm talking about nearly 300 million Americans, over 300 million Americans actually enjoy the bounty, the fruit of this country. And we give thanks for this country to the God, in my family anyway, and I certainly hope it's in your family, who has allowed us to have these bountiful blessings. Chris Ann pointed out to us that the God of nature is baked into, he's baked into our American society. And being grateful is something that we ought to be because we are, not because we are compelled to be that way, but because we are aware of just how blessed we are. And that is the question, really, folks. You there, driving in your car right now, or it's listening to me wherever you are right now, maybe on the way to get the Thanksgiving turkey, maybe on the way to buy the fixings and so forth for your Thanksgiving meal. You there, I hope that you understand why in this nation we ought to be grateful, regardless of the situation that you're facing. You there who might be facing financial hard times, thank God that you're not facing that financial hard time in England or Nigeria or Russia or somewhere else. You there who might be facing jail time, be thankful that you're not facing that somewhere else. You who may be without a job, you even may be homeless and somehow listening to this show from a shelter or wherever you may be listening to this show from. You may be passing by someone who has it on in a car. Hear my words. Be glad that you're homeless. Be thankful that you are homeless in America. Be thankful that you're unemployed in America. And whatever your state, your stage of life may be, be glad that you're young in America. A teenager in America. A young adult here. Growing toward middle-aged here. Becoming mature in America. Becoming a senior citizen. Yeah. We like to say that the Chinese treat theirs better, but I have a feeling that it's better to be a senior citizen in America. And let's make sure that that remains the case as I grow closer to senior citizenship. As our young people grow closer to being young adults, let's make certain that they don't lose the reasons why you and I, who have gone through that stage of life, are still thankful. Let them not lose that reason and those reasons why. Otherwise, they can become, as Chris Ann pointed out to us, universally ignorant. Universally ignorant of what this is all about. You do understand that our nation is truly about something. It can become insignificant if progressive liberals have their way, but even they are thankful today that they're progressive liberals here and not somewhere else. I'm CL. We'll be on the home stretch when I return.
Night falls and I'm alone.
CL. It's the day before Thanksgiving. Tomorrow night, the Cowboys will preempt the CL Bryant Show. And so tune us in on Friday. Tune us in on Friday. Dr. Alveda King and my pastor, Pastor James A. McMinnis, will be on with us on that Friday show. So be sure to tune us in the day after Thanksgiving. It'll be Leftover Friday. Be Black Friday. Hey, a lot of you be out shopping. Hopefully you can find some great deals out there. Jane and my girls, when the girls were at home, used to get into that. Me and my son, we would hang around the house or go see if the deers were out, back then. And but that is something that I never really got into, was that stand mob mentality. Although Jane may actually talk me into it this year. It's time to do something a little bit different, and maybe we can do something like that. I don't know. But wherever you are, I certainly hope that you have the show tuned in at 5:30 to 7:30 on Friday night. Now, folks, again, these folks in Wilmington, I want to thank you for inviting us into your family, WLTT 1180 there in Wilmington. This is our first Thanksgiving spending with you. It's our third Thanksgiving that we'll be spending here on the air with all of you. And it'll be the third year that Pastor James McMinnis has been with me, always well received. Words that we have from him for Thanksgiving. And then my good friend Alveda, this will be the second year, Alveda King, the niece of slain civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King. Alveda will be here with me also, second year that she will be here. And as we move down the American highway, I want to thank all of you for making us the most listened to talk in the area, in the Oclatex area here in our time frame. And I certainly appreciate you and all of what you do for in your little corner of the world. And I want to remind us here in the Oclatex area that we have a golden opportunity, and we might as well start now, to really shine as a community if we will take advantage of the opportunities. They're here. They're right here. The opportunities are available to us. Let's take advantage of the opportunities. Now, as we head toward the close of this show before Thanksgiving, I do want to remind us of something that Ishmael Hernandez has said to us about when we create certain things in our lives. Thanksgiving was something that Lincoln wanted to initiate at the behest of a very persistent woman to bring the country's joint mentality into one accord. The country had been torn by the Civil War. It was being torn by the Civil War. And this was a common ground that was considered to be the vehicle that could bring us back together. To be thankful. Relatively new holiday, I guess you would say, a relatively new holiday in the way it is thought of, about 150 years old, Thanksgiving is. But we have lost focus of all of the hills, valleys, all of the turmoil and trials that our nation has gone through to get to the year 2016. We've gone through a lot. And when we look at the streets of America, somebody may ask the question, why be thankful for that? When we look at police officers' families who have lost their loved ones here at this most special time of the year in America. Oh God, you know, and Americans, you must know as well, that there are some who will find it a little bit harder to see the joy in the holiday season because of the actions that have taken place out of ignorance. I cite again Chris Ann Hall's phrase, a universal ignorance. That ignorance causes pain, and it does cause us to find ourselves too often in a state of being dazed and confused. I'll be back in a minute.
Been dazed and confused for so long, it's not true. Wanted a woman, never bargained for you. Lots of people talking, few of them know. Soul of a woman was created.
Well, CL, as we come to the close of another show here on Thanksgiving Eve, the third show that we've done on Thanksgiving Eve, what are you thankful for? Well, let me share it with you folks here in the next minute and a half. I am still thankful to our Creator, my Creator, God, for life, for my liberty, and the ability to pursue happiness. As simple as those words may sound, folks, they are the most profound gifts that we enjoy. God gave us life, our Creator gave us life, and He gave us dominion. A domain in order to exercise and enjoy our life. I am grateful for that. I am thankful for that, and I am thankful that I'm able to do it in the land of the free and the home of the brave, America, with all of its faults and with all of its dysfunctions. I am grateful for that. I am grateful for the liberty and the sound mind to enjoy liberty and make choices that help us to remain free. We should be looking for guidance from that light above, our God, to help us keep sound mind, sober judgment in pursuing liberty. And above all, and in all, God has given us the ability to pursue, to go after those things that make us happy. Why then, my friends, on this Thanksgiving Eve, do so often we pursue those things that bring on turmoil, lunacy, and continued dysfunction? Ask yourself that question. Be thankful. I'm CL, and I want to thank God for bringing us to the close of yet another day and bringing us to and having, of course, our men and women in uniform around the globe who defend our right to speak our mind. And until I'm able to talk to you again, I want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving. And may God bless America, and may God bless and keep us all.
We'll stand by your side, and the bond will never be torn. For those who wear the uniform.
Broadcasting from the Bayou State and all around the Gulf Coast and streaming nationwide. This is the C.L. Bryant Show.
Good evening, C.L. Bryant here on this Monday evening in the Jewel Cities of the Arklatex, and so glad that all of you could come along with us tonight. It is the kickoff of Thanksgiving week, and I am really grateful, first of all, to be a child of God and then to be an American with my faith, family, and freedom still intact and still here in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Tonight, going to have Pastor Tim Carskadden with me, and he is with AIPAC. And that is an organization that is dedicated to the preservation and defense of Israel. I look forward also to talking to you, your phone calls, a little bit later on the show. 318-320-5335, 318-320-5335 will be the number to call here in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so. Got a lot to talk about today. Listen, I want to deal with this right out of the gate. You have seen it. I have seen it. We all have seen this. And that is protesters marching in the street, causing a lot of hoopla and havoc in the streets of America. And the question has to be, for what? We have a president. His name is Donald J. Trump. He's going to be president. And I don't care how bad CNN or whatever, whoever did not want him to be president. He is president. He's going to do a good job. I really do believe. But this is why I'm going down this trail right now. All of those protesters in the streets, when they're marching in the streets, you know, they don't have to worry about watching their back. Do you know why? Because you have men and women in uniform, in blue, who are out there protecting their right to do what they have to do and what they feel they have to do, even though I personally feel that a lot of that is just total foolishness. But this is my point. If that's the case for them, that they can go about doing what they do peacefully, then our men and women in uniform, while writing out a ticket, need to be secure in their cars. Yeah, they always have their heads on a swivel. They know that they have a difficult job. But the words law and order must be restored to the streets of America. And those who present a difficulty, like we have seen in Florida and Missouri and San Antonio over this past weekend, that type of foolishness must come to an end. Attacks on police officers. Officer Marconi lost his life there in this weekend. Three other officers were wounded this weekend. And even though the officials are saying that they can't see a connection to it, maybe there's not a connection in the sense that these people knew each other, but there is a connection. And there is a design. There is a connection in the design for lawlessness in this country that will affect you. It will come down the streets, your street, wherever you are. I don't care where you are. It's already running rampant in the inner cities. But I don't care where your street, where your alley is. Lawlessness will come down your street. It'll come down your alleyway. And it will disrupt your life as a citizen of this country if you don't find within yourself to stand with the men and women in blue who actually see to it that we are able to sleep peacefully in our beds at night. This attack on police officers has to stop. And no, I am not sounding any dog whistle as progressive liberals would want you to believe when I am saying that there has to be law and order. I am not sounding some dog whistle saying that minorities have to be stopped and frisked every 10 feet that they walk. I am not sounding that, but that is what they would want you to believe. But the dog whistle that I am blowing and the whistle that I am hopefully blowing loud enough for Americans to hear it throughout the Fruited Plains, where we stream live throughout this great nation, is that we cannot allow this. If there's any intolerance, Americans, it is time for us to be intolerant of the attack on the peace officers of this country. I was with my friends, Bo Miguez and Jim Talaferro over the weekend. Shreveport Crime Stoppers, Caddo Crime Stoppers, Bossier City Crime Stoppers. I was with them there at Chevyland. I want to thank our good friend Bubba Winningham for offering the venue there at Chevyland for us to come out, all of us to come out and welcome folks there to his place and, of course, share with them the idea that we need to respect those who protect. And that is absolutely, we need to teach our children to respect those who protect. Do you know that if we had had 4 murders like this by police officers over the weekend, there would be an outrage that you could not stifle. You, my fellow American citizens, should be absolutely outraged. Call for an end to it. We're going to be back in just a little bit. I'm CL. Don't you go anywhere.
Born down in a dead man's town, the first kicker took us when I hit the ground. End up like a dog that's been beat too much, till you spend half your life just to cover him up now. Born in the USA.
CL on a Monday in the jeweled cities of the Arklatex. Welcome back to the CL Bryant Show, and I want to welcome all of you folks there in Wilmington, North Carolina. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for listening to the show and welcoming us into your family there at WLTT 1180 in Wilmington, North Carolina. All of our friends in Southern Arkansas, East Texas, glad you're along with us too today as well. You know what? It has gotten so bad. I'm talking about the venom toward this new administration, this Trump administration. If they saw Trump walking on water, they would swear it's because he can't swim. I mean, to tell you the truth, that's how difficult it is for this transition to take place. That's a Margaret Thatcher quote, by the way. England was so down on Margaret Thatcher that she came out and said if I was walking on water, they'd swear it's because I couldn't swim. Now, folks, let me tell you something here. And I want you to understand this. And this is the question we need to ask ourselves right now. Is government still limited by the people who initiate it? We are the ones who are there to initiate government. Let me tell you why I say it like that. It is because we elect these people to public office. You initiate it through your vote. And so you then, if you vote them in, have some type of expectation from them. And if they are not doing what you have expected, then you have within your say-so to talk to your congressman, to talk to your senators, both state and national, and tell them this is not what we wanted. Now, I want to bring that to the forefront, and I want us to get into that type of mode of thinking because even though, yes, full disclosure, everybody knows it, I voted for Donald Trump, but I am not going to give him or anyone else from this point on, and I want you to make this same declaration to yourself. We're not going to give anybody who goes to Washington, who goes to the state houses, any type of carte blanche just to run amok. And we're tired of seeing people who are going up there just to dip their dipper into the trough of the people and come back here thinking they're better than we are. Are you hearing me? One of the reasons I think it was good that we elected someone who didn't need our money, and he won't be taking a salary, by the way, is because there have been too many ulterior motives for public office. Are you hearing me? And listen, folks, you need to keep an eye, we need to keep an eye, you need to keep an eye on our schools. Because our schools are shaping our children into subjects of the federal government. That is why you have these people running around in the streets of America today. Because they had expected a certain outcome in government. They had a lot of these kids were wanting Bernie Sanders to be president of the United States before they decided they'd cast a half-hearted vote for Hillary Clinton. And because things did not turn out the way they did, and because government would be limited in making them even tighter subjects to it, even more devoted subjects to it, by giving them stuff from the coffers that taxpayers put their money into so that this country can run, so that our military can actually function. They're mad. I have not seen this type of madness, and that's what it is, since 1968. Yeah, I was around then too. I was a kid, I was a teenager, but I was around then too. I remember how rabid it was. It was rabid. And let me tell you something. When we couple that type of rabid disdain, when we couple the type of sayings, the type of rhetoric that is coming from the streets of America, he's not my president, you know, this, that, and the other. These clowns talking about they're going to leave America. Miley Cyrus saying, no, I think I want to stay. No, you should go. And take Samuel L. and Whoopi and Alec Baldwin and those two creeps on Saturday Night Live with you. Two untalented creeps on Saturday Night Live. If you get a chance, pull up Saturday Night Live and see the spoof that they did of Melania Trump. It was sickening. No, it wasn't fun. No, it wasn't Saturday Night Live. It was American Music Awards. American Music Awards. Thanks, Jay. American Music Awards. It was stupid. And it was done by people who were untalented to begin with. Hey, look, folks, I hope that you are as tired as I am of these pablum puking liberals who are doing everything they possibly can. And yeah, Trump should have absolutely slapped the media around. You know why? Because they did everything they could when he was running for president to slap him around. One thing I'm going to say is that I believe we have somebody who is a stand-up guy. Let me tell you why. Very seldom do you see the type of character who will invite an adversary like Mitt Romney to the White House and actually put him in the running for something that's important. Who said of you that you are a fake and a phony. It takes extraordinary character to invite that guy to be anywhere near you ever again. Trump is showing that type of character. I'm going to be right back.
Night falls and I'm alone. Skin, yeah, chill me to the bone. You turn
Two generals were fired by the Obama administration. One was General Flynn. The other was General James Mad Dog Mattis. Do you know why they were fired? They were fired for telling the hardcore truth to the President of the United States about our situation abroad, especially when it came in regard to Iraq and Iran. General Mad Dog Mattis was very direct in letting the White House know just how inept they were in waging this fight against our enemies. So was General Flynn. Both of these generals now have been called up by the Trump administration because I believe that Trump does want to know the hardcore truth about our situation in foreign lands. This is why I'm thinking that General Flynn will be our director of foreign aid, foreign policy. As far as that's he will oversee that. I believe this is why you have people like Mike Pompeo, who will be the next CIA director. And I believe that's why you're looking at putting General James Mattis into the administration as well. Because you're looking at a president who is going to be hard-nosed. I'm glad to see it. You ought to be glad to see it too. It's time out for all of this candy nose and stuff that's, aren't you sick of it? We have slipped from being, even though they may have feared us, even though they may have disliked us, even though they may have called us the ugly Americans, that was okay because we were a great nation, the greatest undisputed nation on the face of the earth in the eyes of not only our friends, but our enemies, and enemies in particular. And now it's very important that our friends believe this about us. Why? Because they have lost confidence in us over these last 8 years. Our friends have lost confidence in us over these last 8 years. Now, when I left you, I was telling you what type of character it takes for a president to invite to the White House somebody like Ted Cruz, who had bad things to say about Donald Trump. It takes character to invite Rick Perry, who Trump said might need an IQ test. It takes character to invite him back to the White House. Perry was hard on Trump too. It takes character to invite a person like Mitt Romney to meet with you when Mitt Romney is said publicly from the very beginning that Donald Trump is a fake and a phony. It takes character. Strong character to be that kind of guy, to say, hey, listen, we're going to put our differences aside. You know what? You know who had that type of character? Even though he was talked about very badly too. And no, I'm not putting Trump in that rarefied air at this point in time, but way back about 150 years ago, as the country was headed into civil war, on the brink of civil war, there was a fellow by the name of Abraham Lincoln who was up against somebody called Stephen Douglas and up against a lot of enemies. A man who was called an ape, an idiot, and all of that type of thing. He was called all of those types of things. Lincoln had the courage and the character to invite his enemies to be a part of his administration. And by a lot of accounts, And it really doesn't matter if you're north or south. By so many accounts throughout the country. And I guess America's the only one that really counts because he was our president. Lincoln is one of the most beloved that we have ever have, if not the most beloved president in American history. But he showed that kind of character, same type of being misunderstood back then.
Two.
And I am just absolutely telling you that despots come and go, but true leaders. And I'm saying we're about to see the departure of a despot. Someone who would executive order himself into doing anything he wants. But there are executive orders that I do want Trump to administer and to put forth, and they are the executive orders to undo the executive orders of Barack Hussein Obama. I want him to do that. I want him to cancel out some of these things that were so oppressive to the American people that not even the persona of Barack Obama could drag his protege, Hillary Clinton. And you know what? I don't know if he was her protege or she was his. But either way you look at it, I'm just glad that he didn't have the strength to pull her across the finish line. Neither did Jay-Z, neither did Beyonce, neither did any of those so-called stars who think that if they leave the country, we're going to care enough not to vote for the president who is there to resurrect this thing. But in the words of Chuck Colson, Charles Colson, you got to believe, and I certainly hope you do, that America's savior is not going to be flying in on Air Force One. America's savior is still Jesus Christ. Yeah, definitely so. I'll talk a little bit more about it when I return.
Broadcasting from the Bayou State and all around the Gulf Coast and streaming nationwide. This is the C.L. Bryant Show.
Hey, folks, I am back. This is CL, and this is the C.L. Bryant Show. So glad to be with you. And I want to say this to all of us out there who are hearing the pundits talk about, well, you know, Mike Pence is going to be Trump's brain. I don't see any problem with it. Let me tell you why. Trump's one job in the 2016 election was to win. That's what he was to do. He was to win. And he won. And now I think that he should gather around him the very best people that he need to gather around him, including Mike Pence and everyone else, General Mad Dog Mattis and others, General Flynn, along with Steph Bannon, and govern. And I'll talk to you a little bit later on about folks who were talking about, well, I don't see any diversity there. We saw a lot of diversity the last 8 years. Hey, how'd that work out for us? Okay? Let's get something that actually works. Not saying that diversity doesn't, but let's not think about that first. Let's think about getting this train back on the rails. Joining me now is someone who has a heart for Israel and has, of course, his finger on the pulse of how America and Israel are relating to one another. He is Tim Carskaddon, and I want to welcome you back to the C.L. Bryant Show. Tim, thank you so much for being here. Well, let me ask you this. Tim. Now, Trump should have, and we pray that he will have, a good relationship with the state of Israel. But from your perspective, how is that shaking out and shaping up?
Well, I think it's really important right now that this transition be handled properly. We have a few days left of this administration with President Obama. Those who lobby for Israel and with the American-Israeli relationship, we are, I don't want to say nervous, but we're concerned in these last days that he'll make some move to make it hard on Israel in these last few days. He's fought us entirely on almost every issue of supporting Israel through these last few years. And so the Trump administration and Netanyahu's administration, I think, are going to be an incredible partner together for the American-Israeli relationship. We know we have the Iran sanctions deal, which was probably one of the worst pieces of foreign policy this nation's ever seen, probably since the Munich Agreement.
And Trump has called it that consistently. He has called it the worst deal he has ever seen consistently, which leads me to believe that if he thinks that is a horrible deal, then he must want some better deal, not only for America, but also for the people who that deal would affect directly. How do you think Trump and the Iranians might deal with each other in terms of Israel?
Well, Iran is nervous right now, to say the least. They're panicking. It reminds me of when Reagan came into office after the debacle in Jimmy Carter's administration. The day he gets inaugurated, Iran releases the hostages, the American hostages, because they were so nervous what Reagan was going to do. One thing about that mindset, the Persian mindset, is they only understand force. And it's not negotiation, it's force. And so they feel threatened by Trump. So you're seeing a lot of rhetoric come out of Iran right now toward America concerning this deal, saying that we must uphold the deal, although they have broken the deal multiple times. As recently, we bought heavy water from him that they produce as a byproduct, which is against the sanctions. And America paid $8 million, buys it from them, and has to move it.
Wow.
Which is radioactive material. So these are type of things. They have ballistic missile launches that they're not supposed to do under the sanctions. So they've broken this deal multiple times, and now they are threatening us that we're not keeping the deal. And obviously President-elect Trump is very aware of this. His staff that he's putting together have already said clearly that they're going to deal with this deal. It needs to be torn up.
It needs to be torn up and, restructured if we do anything with them at all. 320-5335, 320-5335, 318-320-5335 is the number to call. Now, when we talk about the Iranians being nervous, they have not been nervous under Obama. Why?
Well, that's the greatest question. And I think, there's a lot of assumptions. Some feel that President Obama felt that the Middle East need to be balanced, that Israel has nuclear weapons, and so this kind of balances the region. If another partner has them, eventually that's conjecture, but I think there's some level of truth to it. I'll just say this. When we were lobbying against this Iran sanction deal, and most Americans would not know this occurred, we were going to Capitol Hill to deal with this issue, and it was supposed to be like a secret lobbying session. The president found out about it. He called all the Democrats to the White House 2 hours before we got on the Hill, and what we were told basically was a beatdown. And when we got into their offices, it was a done deal. There was no way we could move them. They'd already been threatened by this administration that if they did not vote for this deal, that they were going to pay a price. And many of them say, look, I don't agree with this deal, but this is what the president wants, and we're going to go with it. So there is a level of partnership. We know that Secretary of State Kerry was in Europe promoting business with Iran while it's illegal to do business in America. And he's telling banks and businesses in Iran and Europe to do business with Iran while we're not allowed to. So we see a hypocrisy there. It's wrong for us, but it's right for them. And so we saw that whole policy moving that way.
When Israel and the friends of Israel hear things from this administration like they need to pay for their own defense, they need to step up to the plate and at least shoulder some of that burden, how has that been resonating throughout the AIPAC community?
Well, of course, the AIPAC community is just concerned with the American-Israeli relationship. We've worked hard in this last season to have a memorandum of understanding where we've created another 10-year deal for military aid for Israel. We passed that deal. The relationship is very strong, and I'll say this, and it's not because of this administration's desire to make it that way. But when you have votes like we had last week for the sanctions to continue by the Congress on a 419-1 vote, and then it'll go to the Senate and probably have a similar vote, and that gets put on the White House desk, he can't say anything. He has to sign these pieces of document. It's not like he's the one that's starting this movement toward a pro-Israel, to stand with Israel movement. And so I think that's where Congress and bipartisan support that AIPAC has been working at, and groups like them, has been very effective, because it's one of those things, it's veto-proof, it's solid, and we want to see that. I think that the concern about, the movement of paying forward, I think Israel is in a good place right now. We already have an understanding for the next 10 years. The funds are there. And matter of fact, in that deal was also, should a war occur or should other needs arise, that we could also ask for more funding.
Hold that thought right there. Tim Carskaddon, going to be back with him, and I want you to give the website when we return. Also, I want to talk to Tim about the anti-Semitic charges that have been leveled at Donald Trump and those in his administration. We want to deal with that. I want you to keep your ears on out there. Tim Carskaddon is my guest with AIPAC when we return. CL, back with you on this Monday evening here with Tim Carskadden. And Tim, please give us the website where we can go and follow along with how AIPAC is progressing in its quest.
Yeah, you can go to AIPAC.com. It's AIPAC. And there's all sorts of op-eds and information that you can get on there on where we are and the status of the American-Israeli relationship and how you can engage the system and be a part of the answer. There are a lot of pro-Israel groups out there, but this is probably the only organization that actually lobbies and helps write laws that cause the American-Israel relationship to increase.
Full disclosure, I am absolutely pro-Israel. I proudly wear the symbol of that around my neck. Don't need to tell anybody about it or anything, but I put it out there so all for the world to see. And the walk I walk is a Judeo-Christian walk. Now, with that in mind, you are hearing a lot of people aiming their guns, or seeing a lot of people aiming their guns at the Trump administration for being anti-Semitic, particularly my friend, Steve Bannon. Let me ask you, and I'm seeing several pro-Israel groups who are calling Steve an anti-Semite. I don't understand how they can say that. What are you hearing as to the justification?
Yeah, I think the Trump administration that he's putting together now is pretty well discounting those comments, and I think they're doing a wise thing of not really addressing them too often. There's no credence nor real evidence to point to that. Trump's, obviously we've heard his daughter's married to an Orthodox Jew.
Yeah.
His grandchildren are being raised as Orthodox Jews. On and on it goes. He's always, almost everything he does is with the Jewish community. I saw one report the other day in Florida. He opened a country club there. It was the first time ever opened a Jewish community that he opened down there, that they could begin to participate in that. There's a great article out there. I can't remember who posted it, about how Trump is probably the most Jewish president we've ever had. It's not by birth, but by his actions and his participation. So I think, this is where you're going to have to look at the fruit of somebody's life. And if you're going to look at the fruit of Donald Trump's life with the Jewish community, there's no proof of any anti-Semitism on his part. Now, Brandon is another issue. I think this is coming from a divorce case. They took one comment out of context. They've not done their due diligence in studying his life and his part. And as he said, they don't understand this movement that he's a part of. They don't understand that at all, because why? They don't look into that movement. So I think these are just prejudgments. You understand, the left is just grasping at whatever they can grasp at. They have nothing to hold on to right now. They've lost everything as far as they're concerned. And I think this is just one of those last calls. When you see this president and his administration with the Jewish relationships that they have, the people you'll probably see on his cabinet, within the Congress, within the Senate that he works with, within his business relationships, there's going to be absolutely no proof. And maybe even the other way. Maybe they think he's too pro-Israel on many different ways.
I'm showing you pictures now of myself and my good friend Steve Bannon. And let me tell you about Steve Bannon. Andrew Breitbart introduced me to Steve Bannon now about 5-6 years ago. And as you see, we've done interviews. I know this man. I know him to be someone who has launched attacks on colleges and universities who have shown themselves to be anti-Semitic. I have known people like David Horowitz, who in fact have come to his defense.
That's right.
And saying that, no, you have the wrong guy. But the progressive liberal media have found what they feel is something like an Achilles heel, because somehow they feel they can make this believable. But, I just want our friends, all of our Jewish friends, wherever you may be listening to this, don't you believe it. Don't you listen. I've never had an ex-wife, but I have counseled many men and women who were quote unquote exes, and this, as you said, came this rumor or this thread of innuendo came from his ex-wife. But the life and the example that Steph Bannon, the press calls him Steve, but we have known him as Steph Bannon. Steph Bannon does not speak to that in any form. Another thing you pointed out, Pastor, is this. Donald Trump would have to hate his own grandchildren. Mm-hmm. He would have to hate his beloved daughter, Ivanka. And he would have to also hate his son-in-law. And by the way, Ivanka herself has converted to Judaism. And so there you go. There you have it.
I'll add this to it as well. In policy with Trump, Mr. Trump, he said this, that he is in favor of settlements in East Jerusalem and in many parts of Israel, which is, I've never, in all my years, especially lobbying, I've never heard a politician, presidential candidate, anybody be pro-settlement. And to allow Israel a self-determination within the land. And that is his policy on the Israeli two-state solution policies, is that he believes that Israel and the Palestinians have the right to make their own decision. And now this was the platform of the Republican Party this year, which is a first, was a major shift. They've always had a two-state solution platform, and this was the year they moved away from that, and they said self-determination by Israel. Obviously the Democrats held on to their two-state solution, as well as totally against settlements whatsoever. And we always say this, and I'm a Christian, and so are you. If you look historically, not just with the Bible, but historically, if there's one nation in the world that could say, we have a right to a piece of property, that is the one nation. America can't even say that.
No.
And so this is the one nation that can do that, and the right them to determine that. And I remember I was in Congressman Fleming's office numerous times with Jewish community. And he would say in those lobbying sessions, he said, the two-state solution will never work. It will not work. And, and I think it shocks some of the community because that's what they've been holding on to for years. So for the first time, we're starting to have dialogue about another idea other than the two-state solution. And the Republican platform was the first to move away from that two-state solution idea. And now Mr. Trump with the settlement agreements, as well as away from that policy, we now can start dialoguing about some other idea. Anywhere from, there's all sorts of ideas from deportation to making Palestinians Israeli citizens. I mean, I think there's a way to do that, but I think it needs to be one nation. That's my personal opinion.
Stay with me just one more break, if you can, just through one more break, because when I come back, I want to talk to you about the bullet that we dodged with Hillary Clinton not becoming elected president of the United States. And when we talk about the two-state solution and we talk about the legacy of Barack Obama, I believe that she would have carried on that legacy, no doubt, to the detriment of Israel. I'm with Tim Carskaddon, AIPAC. When I return, don't go anywhere. Folks, there is a lot of stuff going on in this country that you have to pay attention to. I'm CL. Back in a minute. ZL back with you on this Monday here in the jeweled cities of the Arklatex. And finally, I want to give the website again, Tim Karskat.
Yeah, it's AIPAC.com, AIPAC.com.
Friends of Israel, all of you out there, people who understand that the best friend that we have ever had in the Middle East is Israel. Go to AIPAC.com, AIPAC.com, and see what you can do to make a difference. Hey, listen, it's time for all of us to become engaged. That's the way to do it. And let's keep an eye on those who we elect to office. I do believe we're going to do very well with this administration. At least I'm hopeful that that's the way it is, but it's up to you. It's still up to you. Now, Tim, if in fact, tell us, even though it's all water under the bridge, I hope now, tell us what we could have been facing. Because see, a lot of times we don't understand how blessed we are and how the grace of God has kept us. In hindsight, we don't see that. Mm-hmm. So tell us from your perspective just what we avoided.
Well, obviously, if we would have had another Democratic president and Hillary, status quo, as we know, I believe it would have been nothing more than a third term for the Obama administration. The keys would have been just handed over, and he would admonish her, just keep doing what I've been doing. And we would have seen that. I think the Middle East would have gone into greater chaos. That would have not been resolved. What we're doing now is not making resolution there. The tensions with Israel and Iran and the Middle East would have increased. The pressure on Israel to cow to this administration, again, cutting back settlements, cutting back what they do in the region, it would affect us all. And here, like you said earlier, our greatest ally in the region will be once again threatened. You know, this administration, and it's hard to say when it's right or wrong, but we sell weapons to the Middle East. We sell them to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and we do have an agreement. We lobbied for this, that Israel have a quantitative edge on the equipment. So if we sell, an F-16, it can't be better than what Israel has. But in the day of technology, anything can be improved. And so it's a dicey region anyway, and I think it would just become more and more volatile. And in her alliances of globalism, Secretary of State Kerry's statements that we need to get ready for a world without borders, things like that, which we totally disagree with. We believe that nationalities are very important. Each nation has a purpose in the earth. We know that America has a purpose in the earth, and that's what makes us a beautiful world, is that each of us is different, but yet we can work as one, and they want to end that.
Yeah.
They want one big melting pot, and I think that's where we were headed. We were headed to globalism. Obviously, we were headed to single-payer health care. We were headed to so many different things that was going to destroy the nation that our forefathers built. And I think, in a sense, we have a chance, like you said, an opportunity to reset and get back to what our founding fathers had planned from the very beginning. We've left the values, obviously, the Judeo-Christian values. I remember I was in Israel at the Mount of Beatitudes, where Jesus had the Sermon on the Mount, with a Jewish guide who was not a Christian or anything. And he said to me, he said, "Sir, you understand that your Constitution was based on this speech at this mountain." Now, here's a Jewish guy telling me what my Constitution's about. But it's true. These are the values that have been in the earth for thousands of years.
Yes.
And it's what made our nation great. And this, if we had a Hillary administration, we would have continued to walk away from those values and eventually destroy the fiber of this nation. And we would have become like the rest of the nations in Europe, which I travel to Europe a lot.
Yeah.
I see all this stuff. And matter of fact, when I'm in Europe, all my European friends, especially in Eastern Europe, they go, "What is wrong with you?" They'll say, "Why do you like this man, and why are you headed toward communism? We left that. Why are you heading that direction?" So from people who lived in that culture, who saw us heading that way, I had to take credence in what they were saying.
Yeah.
Because they saw the steps that were being laid out for us to move to a state where the government ruled everything. That's where
so
we're headed.
Our European friends and allies, in so many cases, did not understand what our attraction was to the leader of our nation, to the leader of the so-called free world. Now, Tim, I want to thank you, Tim Carskadden. I want to thank you for having been on with us here today. God bless you and God keep you. One last question. I think we might have about 2 minutes, Jay, about 2 minutes left. How do we engage our young people? I know that's the broad topic, but I'd certainly love to see how we
Well,
can do that.
that's so important. I think on the campuses, you brought that up earlier. This is where it's going on. Most of the anti-Semitic activity in America is on college campuses. You have pro-Palestinian groups coming in and beginning to stir stuff up. They have what they call die-ins, where they'll lay on the ground and saying this is a picture of Israel killing all of us and so forth. A lot of Jewish students have a lot of anti-Semitic behavior toward them. They get stuff written on their doors, stuff like that against them. This is where it's really the hotbed of anti-Semitism is on our college campuses, and it is education. There are great groups. APAC is one. They're teaching college students. There is a program, I know CUFI does it as well. They have a staff person with CUFI, that's Christians United for Israel, that is actually training on college campuses how to deal with this issue. So there is some movement in the pro-Israel groups to begin to educate the students. And, they're listening to the media, plus most of their professors are liberal, so they have this indoctrination. And I think it needs to start back in the high school level, junior high level. I think your local congregations, your synagogues need to be training and spending time with young people, training them on what this is all about, and especially the biblical standards as far as us as Christians, but even in historical standards, it needs to be taught at a younger age. If not, we're going to lose a whole generation. And we're concerned about the millennials losing us, and we need them to be engaged in the system properly.
Good interview. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And we'll see you. I'll see you on the road. I always bump into you somewhere. God bless and God keep you.
Thank you.
Is my prayer. Now, I want to thank also our sponsors for being there for us. Bailey's Fine Jewelers, Tiger Axle, Chevy Land, along with Subway, Yoakum Toyota, Breches Insurance, and Grub Burger for sponsoring this segment of the C.L. Bryant Show. I'll be back with more in just a little bit.
Next to your fire. Hey, let me stand next to your fire. Whoa, let me stand, baby. Let me stand. Yeah, baby.
CL. Back with you on this Monday. It's just me and Jay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just me and you. Me and you, kiddo. Pastor Tim is something else, and I certainly do appreciate his friendship, and I certainly do appreciate all of you coming along here for the journey tonight. Now, there is a defiant, and I do mean it in that way. There's a defiant and there is a universal ignorance that is blatantly raising its head, blatantly raising its head in America. It is and it will affect every aspect of American life, even with the election, the election of this administration. There is a certain uneasiness that is going on in this country right now that does produce a certain lunacy among those who are defiantly ignorant. What do I mean by defiant ignorance? I mean that there are people who can look truth and reality right in the face, but yet defy what they see and go about trying to upset the society anyway. George Soros, a social engineer, understands this defiant ignorance. He understands where it comes from. He understands how to feed it. And he also knows how much money it takes to fuel it. That's why you will not see in this administration, at least I don't believe so, anyone like the Muslim Brotherhood invited to the White House along with Black Lives Matter. Not that they were there together, but you know what I'm saying. And then again, they may have been there together. I don't know. But just the same, that is what this past, hopefully soon past administration of Barack Obama would do. Nearly every enemy that our country had domestically, everyone who he was supposed to defend our nation against, he'd invite him to the White House. Now, there's going to be a gear shifting, and because the vehicle is just about out of control, I'm talking about the American vehicle, because it is careening down the freeway of history, just about out of control, we're having to put some brakes on, and we're going to have to downshift a little. We had to downshift to slow this thing down. And there is going to be some discomfort to so many who had put all their eggs in the basket of social change in this country. The socialists in this country had hooked their wagon to either Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders. And they are highly upset that the fundamental change that they had hoped for will not be taking place in the manner in which they had hoped it would. So, what are they going to do? First, they are going to continue the assault against the young minds of America. You have to continue that assault. You have to continue leading our young people to the place where they believe that they are subjects to king government, and that government should have a socialist leader who tells the people, particularly the young people who have not made money on their own, who have not had to pay bills, who have not had to pay a mortgage, who have not had to do those type things. They particularly want them to believe that government is the answer to their problems. So they're going to have to try and poison that well. So what Donald Trump is going to have to do too is eliminate Common Core. Are you hearing me? The educational system in this country is going to have to change. Let me tell you something else that's going to have that I do believe will explode in the process of this changing. Homeschooling, Christian schooling, private schooling. It should explode. As I told you, I was at an event on this past Saturday over at Chevyland, Respect Those Who Protect. And I was talking to some of the officers and people there about this one thing. And I had mentioned it to Pastor Cascadden on the way, just a couple of segments ago. And when I return, I want to tell you exactly what we have dodged as far as Americans are concerned with the election of DJT. I'm CL. We're going to be back in just a few minutes, and I want to thank One Planet Solar, Good Life Health Food in Delhi, Avalone Doors for sponsoring this segment. I'll be right back.
The sky is crying. Cannons and the tears roll down the street.
There is a reason why you should be very glad that Hillary, are you a gun owner? Do you own a gun? If you own a gun and that gun has bullets that go to it, which a gun really is no more better. You might as well have a rock. If you are a gun owner and don't have any bullets, you just might as well have a rock, an iron rock, and throw the thing at somebody, because that's about how worthless it is. But there is a beautiful weapon that was made by Shreveport Tactical. I hope I called the name right. There. On Saturday. It was beautiful. And I was asking the question to the owner, Mr. Roach. I was asking him this question about fully automatic weapons that are only available to tactical type of units of our police and sheriff department. And I couched the question with this: are our officers outmanned on the street? And of course the answer to that was, oh yeah, they definitely are. And it seems as though even the regulations that are put on these types of weapons when they're in the possession of the officers, it seems as though to deploy them may actually take more time than an officer may have if they're faced with a situation. And I've always been of the mind that, what's the use in having a gun to protect you against invasion or whatever in your home? I'm talking about home invasion, burglary, what have you. If you have to go find the bullets on another part of the house or somewhere else other than that's basically, in some cases, how our people are handcuffed when it comes to that. Now, said all that to say this. Even so, we did avoid the full-out assault on our guns and bullets by electing Donald Trump president of the United States. Do you realize that? Do you realize the next 4 years? Now, I don't know. I'm going to have an attorney call in and talk about this. But I have even heard that there could be a repeal of the Brady bill. Yeah. We have dodged a bullet in electing this particular administration because, my friends, gun ownership is not threatened now. The Second Amendment, the right to bear, is not threatened now. We've gotten around that. We have the House, we have the Senate, we have the presidency. But if it had gone the other way, can you imagine, Louisianians, here in the sportsman paradise, you folks there in Wilmington, North Carolina, love sports up there too. Got a chance to go up to Mount Airy while I was in North Carolina last time. Jane and I got a chance to go up to Mount Airy. It was great, but you could tell there was a lot of sportsmen there, a lot like Louisiana with bigger hills. We dodged a bullet. And so we don't have to rehabilitate ourselves as far as that's concerned, or put up with any unnecessary fights over our guns. Now, how can we say I want to shift gears here. I'll take your calls. 320-5335, 320-5335 is the number to call. On Wednesday, yes, it'll be Wednesday, I'm going to have on with me again Ishmael Hernandez, who grew up in communist, under a communist father. And he came to this country legally. And he's going to ask, we're going to talk about this on Wednesday. Tune in Wednesday show the day before Thanksgiving. Tune that in. Also, I'm going to have on Chris Ann Hall, constitutional attorney. Tune that in. She's on her way to Haiti. And by the way, you're going to find out that no, the Haitians just don't dislike the Clintons. They hate the Clintons. Think about what that would have meant if Hillary, I don't know, may not have meant anything. The Haitians are so poor. Hillary would have just, tune it in. You've got to hear Chris Ann's take on how the Clintons basically, robbed Haiti. Tune it in. But now, back to this immigration thing here. Ishmael and I were talking the other day, and he asked me, and of course he speaks with a Latin accent, a Puerto Rican accent. He's from Puerto Rico originally. He's an American citizen here legally. Paid his way in, pledged allegiance to the flag, and is a very good American. But he asked this question: how can you say that you respect a country that you want to live in, and your very first act in that country is to break its laws, its immigration laws? I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, and I'll take your calls on the other side of the break. 320-5335 when I return.
Been dazed and confused for so long, it's not true. Wanted a woman, never bargained for you. Lots of people talking.
CL, back with you on the home stretch here Monday in the jeweled cities of the Arklatex. It is a little after 7 o'clock, and all is well here in the greatest nation on the face of the earth, the greatest success story the world has ever known, although there are a lot of ripples, and we're going to get that ripple effect as we go along, because if you want to have some fun, all of you conservatives out there, if you want to have some fun and just watch heads explode on television, occasionally flip over to MSNBC or CNN, and you can have some fun. And I always like to have a little fun and let you enjoy it. When I have someone who just loves to needle me for whatever reason, I enjoy it myself. Ted, you love the conversation, because this is the other side of conversation here on the CL Bryant Show. I think I heard him on Hannity the other day, a couple of days ago. It wasn't you, it was somebody that sounded just like you. Was on Hannity the other day, and that is our resident Stephen, Socialist Stephen, I call him. Stephen, welcome back to the show. What are you mad about today? What's on your mind today? What did I do to tick you off today?
No. Actually, I came to praise you. But if you really want to have some fun, watch CNL. Those last two skits.
SNL. Oh man, I tell you what. But look here. Those people don't have no talent whatsoever.
And anyway, I wanted to praise you for last week. I think it was Friday when you were talking about our Constitution and that it takes morals and ethics for the Constitution to actually work, and that as a country we need to go toward the light. For our Constitution to kick up and unite us, as people. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I really do. I thought that was one of the few times.
Do you think that there is a certain something inside of us? I called it a buggishness. That's a CLism. That really people are looking for, and they look for them in leaders. They look for them in movie stars, basketball stars. They like to go toward people that they think have light.
Yeah.
Is that a part of what we are? That's a part of our makeup.
Yes, I think we're born with it. I think it's innate in it. It's in our spirit. It drives us there. That's why I think about 50% of this country is going to be absolutely devastated by the time this 4 years is over.
Well, we'll see, but I don't think so. I think that right now you are seeing the building blocks of a great America again coming about in the Trump administration.
Well, you got to help me, because I'm trying to keep open mind. Like one of my cousins who voted for him said, Stephen, you got to keep open mind. And I'm trying, so you got to help me, CL. And
I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you.
I know you didn't talk about it, and I know nobody in the media, except it's in print, that is talking about that interview with Brennan, and I want you to explain his words to me.
Give me the one you talking about Steve Bannon, right?
That's right.
Give me the one that you're talking about.
The one that stopped my heart, and I quit reading. After my brother sent me that because he's a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
And I read that paragraph, and I said, "What the hell is this?"
Well, what was the context?
He said, "Darkness is good." Okay, and he said, he gave examples of darkness: Darth Vader, Dick Cheney, Satan. I want you to explain this man's words. Chief of Staff.
Easily done.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to hear it.
Without the darkness, you can't appreciate the light. That's what.
Oh my God.
That's what Steph Bannon was trying to get across.
I believe you. That is exactly what he was saying.
You cannot. Without darkness, you cannot appreciate the light. And this is the broader picture of what he was saying.
That is about the most anti-Christ thing.
No, it's not. Let me give you a broader picture of what he was saying.
Right.
We have been in that darkness for the last 8 years. And the good thing about it was that it did, in fact, cause all of us to turn on the light. That's what we've done. That's what Steve was saying.
As a minister, you believe that we need evil to appreciate God.
Listen, read the book.
My God.
Read the book of read the book of Habakkuk.
I'm not telling you evil.
No, I'm telling you, God sent the Babylonians to actually bring judgment upon Israel. He allowed the Babylonians to overrun them. He allowed Pontius Pilate to put Christ to death along with Jews who conspired against him.
So you think
He always
you
turns
don't
stuff like that
think
into
he
light.
did this that maybe we would learn something and change after 2,000 years?
I believe we have learned something. I believe that we learned that we were in the dark under this last administration and don't do that again.
Well, I believe one scripture that I've read, I believe it now wholeheartedly. The sheep don't know their sheep, and the goats don't know their goats.
Well, I tell
Okay?
you what,
All
that
right.
very well may be so, Stephen.
Yep.
But listen, God bless you,
Okay,
and
God
God
bless you
keep you,
too.
man. Thank you so much for your call.
All right.
Yeah, folks, there's a whole lot of things. There's a whole lot of things that we learn as people and individuals from having been in darkness. And the truth of the matter is, I can't remember right now who's originated this phrase, but anyone who does not learn from their mistakes of the past, learn from the history, the history, learn from history, they're doomed to repeat it over and over. And every one of you at one point in time or another had to have walked through some dark place in your life. And if you didn't gain the common sense not to go there again, hey, that's on you. Kind of stupid, but it's on you. I'll be right back. CL. Back with you on this Monday, headed into the home stretch. I was talking to Ted Hayes, California Ted Hayes, over the weekend on Friday, and we went over thoroughly this idea of being xenophobic. And both of us came to the conclusion that we were xenophobic in this sense. Now, xenophobia, for those of you who may not know what I'm talking about, a xenophobe is a person who is unusually distressed by foreign customs and maybe even foreign people. Now, you may say, well, that doesn't sound like that'd be healthy for anybody to be that way. It does if you're an American and you expect those who come to your country to assimilate. If the people coming into your country don't intend to become an American, but they want Americans to kowtow and then morph into what they are, and then if they want to violently overthrow your country, if you don't, they want to bomb your neighborhoods or your buildings or your schools or your, as they did in San Bernardino, shoot down people in medical facilities. If you don't, then yes, call me a xenophobe. As Hillary would say, if that's a xenophobe, deal me in. Because if you come to this country, if you come to America, I shouldn't have to be xenophobic over who you were there, because I'm doing all I can to help you become the best American you can become. But on the other hand, if you come to America and you are hell-bent on making America Mexico, or making America bow down to the laws, Sharia, of the land where you came from, then yes, I am unduly suspicious of you and your foreign customs. Yes. Not disdaining you for them, but disdaining you wanting to change where you came to. And this is what we miss about people coming from America being a melting pot. This is where we take this a little bit too far. You see, the pepper in the gumbo is still pepper. The shrimp in the gumbo is still shrimp. But it all goes toward making the gumbo what it is. The shrimp plays its part. The chicken, the nut, the roux, everything plays its part, even though they all have different origins. They all play the part in making the gumbo what it is. The shrimp doesn't hijack the gumbo. The pepper shouldn't, although I've had some gumbo that pepper had hijacked it, but it shouldn't. And here in Louisiana, when we talk about a jambalaya, and that type of thing, we love mixtures here in Louisiana. Louisiana is one of the most unique places on earth. And all you folks in Wilmington, you have North Carolina, you have places like this in North Carolina as well, where you have a mixture of Indians, black folks, and whites. They have a Creole type of thing there. I forget what they call them, but they're there too, in that area of the country as well. In fact, it's what America's like that. But the whole idea about coming to America is to become an American. And you have to do that legally. That's the only way you can truly become an American, is to do it the right way. Pay the dues. Some people may say, well, the black African slaves were drugged over here, but yeah, the dues, though, they paid much dues to become an American. The Italians paid a lot of dues to become Americans. The Irish, a lot of dues. And everybody in their own way paid harshly. We may very well say that slavery was the harshest way. But everybody has paid harshly. Everybody has paid dearly from your family, because the same tragedy that attacks your family, that affects your family, may not affect somebody else's family in the same way, though you all may be in the same boat. There may be a tragedy in that boat that does not affect you directly, but you remember what it was and how it came about. And so, those who have not paid their dues to become an American, I'm xenophobic because evidently you want to change something that has been bought with blood. And so, folks, I'm also, aware of a new reality that we are facing in this country that we're going to have to deal with. Tomorrow, I'm going to be on with Dr. Alveda King, the niece of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King. Well, at least, no, not tomorrow. Friday, I'll be on with them, along with my pastor, Pastor James A. McMinnis. I'm CL. We'll be back to wrap it in just a minute. CL here to close it out, and I thank all of you for coming along with us today. Jack Spring Electric, when only the best will do. Give Jack Spring a call. SS Truck, Red Wing Shoes, Mercatech, along with our friends at Tiger Axle and Weimer and Associates, B&J Flooring, One Planet Solar, Abalone Doors, and Anti-Pest. I want to thank all of you for being there in support of this show, and all of our folks in Wilmington, North Carolina, and soon to be in Phoenix, Denver, and Pittsburgh. And we're soon to be in those areas as well. I want to thank all of you for even considering welcoming us into your neighborhood. Well, folks, on the day after Thanksgiving, we're going to have on Dr. Alveda King, the niece of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, along with my pastor, Pastor James A. McManus of Word of God Ministries, right here in the Jewel City of Shreveport and Bossier. Yes, we have locations in both cities here in the Arklatex. And on Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, we will be preempted by the Dallas Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? You had to say it one time. We will be preempted by them on Thursday. I don't know I can't remember who they're playing, but anyway, they probably going to roll over, whoever it is. And so tune in, of course, tomorrow, the day before. Tune in Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, and I'm going to have on with me Chris Ann Hall and also Ishmael Hernandez. You don't want to miss the day before Thanksgiving show. You don't want to miss it. Well, it has been very quick 2 hours, and I want to thank each and every one of you for being there and understand, yeah, right, call me xenophobic if you want, call me Islamophobic if you want, and you would be absolutely right, especially if they are not wanting to assimilate. If they don't want to become Americans, then we all should be very fearful of anyone coming to this country who doesn't want to become an American. That's the whole idea, is to become an American. And I want to thank God for bringing us to the close of yet another day, and I want to thank Him for our men and women in uniform around the globe who defend our right to speak our mind. And until I'm able to talk to you again, I'm CL, and may God bless and keep you all.
To keep freedom alive, and to the families left behind, we'll stand by your side, and the bond will never be torn. For those who wear the uniform.